Atten- Attention to all presenters and participants. Please kindly be seated as the conference will begin shortly. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 12th Graduate Students Conference with the theme Practicing Critical Digital Literacy for Future Education. My name is Ana Patricia and I will be the Master of Ceremony for today's conference. First of all, I would like to welcome the Director of the Graduate Program of Sanata Dharma University, Bapak F.X. Mukarto, Ph.D., the Head of English Language Studies, Bapak Paulus Sarwoto, Ph.D., the lecturers and staff members of English Language Studies. I would also like to welcome Bapak Dr.Sn Yusup Sigir Martyastiadi, ST Master of Information Technology from Universitas Multimedia Nusantara, and Bapak F.X. Risang Baskara, Ph.D. from Sanata Dharma University as our keynote speakers for today. And last but not least, I would like to thank all of our participants who are joining us in this conference. Before we start today's conference, let's begin with a prayer so that this event will run smoothly. Prayer begins. Amen. Now let me present to you today's agenda. First, we will begin with the opening ceremony featuring a welcome speech from the chair of the committee, the head of English Language Studies, and the director of the graduate program of Sanata Dharma University. Following that, we will move on to the plenary session, where the keynote speakers will address the audience. And then there will be a 30-minute break for everyone to refresh themselves. Next on, the agenda is the parallel session where the presenters will share their valuable insights. And finally, we will conclude the event with the closing ceremony. Before we continue, please kindly stand up for our national anthem. Thank you. Now we would like to invite Amalia as the chair of the committee to deliver the opening speech. To Amalia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Anna. Dear presenters and participants of the 12th Graduate Student Conference, good morning. I would like to express my gratitude for the enthusiasm, and I sincerely hope that we are in a good health. I am delighted of this priceless chance for gathering and learning, as every year, Graduate Student Conference has provided a forum for academics from various backgrounds and universities to get together and exchange ideas, and thereby enhancing our mutual understanding. For this year's topic, Practicing Digital Literacy for Future Education, this emphasized the significance of practicing digital literacy in our academic pursuits and future careers. In this age of rapid technological advancements and ever-increasing digital presence, the need to cultivate critical digital literacy skills has become more crucial than ever. Digital literacy goes beyond mere technical skills and delves into the realm of critical thinking, analysis, and responsible engagement with digital informations. And as a graduate student in the field of English education, linguistics, literature, and translations, we have a unique opportunity and responsibility to shape the future education in the digital era. As we gather here today, let us recognize the immense potential and challenges that lie ahead in digital literacy. And in doing so, we have invited two credible speakers to enlighten us with regard of this concept. We are incredibly grateful that Pak Yusup Sigir Martyastiadi from Universitas Multimedia Nusantara, and also Pak Risang Baskara from Universitas Sanata Dharma will be spending the day with us. We sincerely hope that the information they impart to us today will be useful to all of us personally and also as a community. Thank you, and I wish you all fruitful discussions and valuable insights at this conference.
Thank you, Amalia, for your insightful words as the representative of the committee. Now we will have a speech from Bapak Paulus Sarwoto, Ph.D. as the head of English Language Studies. To Bapak Sarwoto, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Anna. Good morning, everyone. How are you today? I'm delighted here to be with you all to attend our regular program, Graduate Student Conference. It is a regular program because we have it every year, usually at this time of the month, every time with a different topic. Yeah. And for this year's theme, the students themselves chose the topic on practicing critical digital literacy for future education. Yeah. Critical digital literacy, I think, is the key phrase of the conference today. Yeah. Maybe the connection between digital technology and education is not something new, but the connection between digital technology and humanities is sometimes seen as something that is relatively new. Therefore, for example, recently we are witnessing the emergence of digital humanities in the area of interdisciplinary studies. And first of all, actually, I would like to thank the plenary speakers of today. The first is Dr.Sn Martyastiadi. Actually also graduated from Sanata Dharma University, yeah, in his undergraduate in technology. Yeah. But then he also took another route that is artistic creation, and then trying to merge these two disciplines into an interdisciplinary study and interdisciplinary approach in his interest as well as in his dissertation, yeah, right. And secondly, also I would like to thank Pak Risang Baskara, Ph.D., fresh graduate from Swinburne University, just got his PhD. Congratulations, Pak Risang, who is also specializing in the study of language and education, also in its connection with technology. So having these two speakers at the same forum today will certainly open our horizon, will certainly enlighten our understanding on the possible future directions that we might take, both in terms of, probably your career or probably your research interest, that technology and artificial intelligence are in fact inseparable parts of our discipline in the future. Right? And I would like also to thank the student of English Language Studies from 2022, yeah, for organizing this conference, yeah, and of course to the person in charge of this year's conference, Bapak F.X. Mukarto, Ph.D. Yeah. Thank you everyone, and also for the participants as well as presenters, both from Sanata Dharma and also from outside Sanata Dharma, because we also have presenters and participants from beyond Sanata Dharma. Thank you once again and have a fruitful conference.
Thank you, Bapak Sarwoto. Next, we would like to invite the Director of the Graduate Program of Sanata Dharma University, Bapak F.X. Mukarto, Ph.D. To Bapak Mukarto, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants and also presenters. Welcome to the graduate student conference and also to the graduate program. There are three study programs in the graduate program. One is the English Language Studies, and then Cultural Studies for the master's degree and also for the doctorate degree. Yeah. I'm very happy and also very proud for all of for this conference. The students have worked very hard to prepare and also to make sure that the conference will run very well. Yeah. Also, thank you to the participants from outside Sanata Dharma. We hope that in the coming years, more and more participants from outside Sanata Dharma will participate in this conference. It is a good opportunity, and we are very happy because we have the keynote speakers. Yeah. One is here. Welcome home, Pak Yusup. He is a graduate from the undergraduate here, and then now working in Jakarta. So it is really a pleasure to meet Pak Yusup here and to have Pak Yusup. And also Mas Risang, who is the graduate of the English Language Studies. Also welcome home, although Sanata Dharma is your home. The students, this is an opportunity to share your research projects, and this is a requirement for every student to present their research project in the graduate student seminar. Yeah. It is an opportunity to share with a wider audience on what we have done, what we have learned so far. Yeah. And I hope this will be very useful for your career in the future. Yeah. Practicing critical digital literacy in future education. Actually, we have practiced digital literacy, especially starting with the pandemics, where we don't have offline class, but we have online class all the time. Yeah? So this is quite relevant because in the future, the advances in digital technology is so fast, especially with the artificial intelligence. Yeah. Now, when I look at the students' work or students' thesis, some of them use AI in the dialogues. Yeah. So they create dialogues and then use AI to fill the voice. Yeah. In the future, I believe the advances in technology may, help us in educating young people, but may also be a challenge because the role of human can be to some extent replaced by technology. Pak Pratik said, this is why it is called post-human era, where technology replaces the work of humans in everyday life. So in education, we need to be prepared for that and to make use of the advances and also the opportunities and to be ready to face the challenges in education, especially related to digital literacy. Yeah. So I wish you all enjoyable conference, and we can learn from each other during the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Mukarto. Now let us proceed to the plenary session featuring our distinguished keynote speakers, Bapak Dr.Sn Yusup Sigit Martyastiadi, Master of Information Technology from Universitas Multimedia Nusantara, and Bapak F.X. Risang Baskara Ph.D. from Sanata Dharma University as Ph.D. from Sanata Dharma University. Allow me to introduce our moderator for today, Widiana Martiningsi. Widiana Martiningsi is a student of English Language Studies in the graduate program of Sanata Dharma University. To Widiana Martiningsi, you may have your time.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On this wonderful occasion, we would like to once again welcome you to the 12th Graduate Student Conference organized by the Graduate Program in English Language Studies of Sanata Dharma University. Our theme is Practicing Critical Digital Literacy for Future Education. My name is Widi, and I will be moderating the plenary session. In today's society, technology has gained an increasingly important role, including in the context of education. It has now constituted an essential, often inseparable part of our everyday lives. Modern-day classroom, technology, especially digital platforms, offers tremendous opportunities, but also poses unique, significant challenges. As such, digital literacy and critical thinking skills are also becoming increasingly important. Digital literacy and critical thinking skills make up what is known as critical digital literacy, which is defined as the ability to access digital information by discerning its credibility, accuracy, and biases. The conference aims to provide a platform to explore how educators and students can develop critical digital literacy. We believe that by cultivating critical digital literacy, both educators and students alike will be better equipped to navigate the vast amount of information available on digital platforms, make informed decisions, and effectively communicate and collaborate with others. To our greatest delight, today we are privileged to have two keynote speakers here with us who will be sharing their insights and knowledge and experiences regarding the theme. First, we have Dr.Sn Yusup Sigir Martyastiadi, ST, Master of Information Technology, and FX Risang Baskara, Ph.D. Our session today will be divided into three parts. The first is presentation from the first keynote speaker, followed by a presentation from the second keynote speaker. The question and answer session will come after the second presentation. So if you have questions after the first presentation, we kindly request you to hold on to them and wait until the second presentation is complete. Now first let us begin with the presentation from our first speaker, Dr.Sn Yusup Sigir Martyastiadi, ST, Master of Information Technology. Dr.Sn Yusup Sigir Martyastiadi, ST, Master of Information Technology, or usually known as Pak Sigit, Pak Yusup, or Pak Sigit, yeah, is a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Arts and Design of Universitas Multimedia, Nusantara. But he is also a part-time or regular guest lecturer at the graduate program, Doctor of Arts Program Study of the Indonesia Institute of the Arts, Yogyakarta. He earned his bachelor degree in Bachelor of Engineering in 2004 from Sanata Dharma University, Yogyakarta, with a study in Electronics Engineering, Control System, and Robotics. And then in 2010, he earned his Master of Information Technology from James Cook University, Australia, with a study in Multimedia Games Development. In 2021, he earned his Doctor of Arts from the Indonesia Institute of the Arts, Yogyakarta, with a study in Aesthetics of Interaction in 3D Game Virtual Reality, Borobudur. His research interests include aesthetics of interaction, 3D games, 3D digital animation and visualization in interactive technology, sound games, augmented reality and virtual reality, and cognitive psychology and immersion in psychology activity. Some of his most recent publications include Observation on the Use of Visual Scripting for Interaction Design Students, published in 2022, Figur dan Citra, Penceritaan Ki Mantap Sudarsono melalui karya foto Indra Leonardi, also published in 2022, and Aesthetics of Virtual, the Development Opportunities of Virtual Museums in Indonesia, published 1 year earlier in 2021. Without further ado, let us now have our first presentation. Pak Sigir, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Winnie. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's honor can be here to give you some idea and study about aesthetic of interaction in digital literacy. All right, I'm going to talk about AI and how aesthetic experience involved in using EA. Oh, I skip this one. Yeah, as we know, there are many AI applications that can be used for study and also working in any field of. For example, it's like a chat text. We can use ChatGPT. For image processing, we have Midjourney and so on. All right, I want to start with technology as tools first before we have discussing about the aesthetic of interaction. Okay. Yeah, I starting with my experience and also my student experience when they create a game or poster or anything with visual asset. Firstly, the step is conceptualization. We mix and write some ideas and also became brainstorming about the idea of creation. We can use the mind mapping and another method. And then we can make illustration. For this example is like a story illustration. Yeah. And then we go to the sketch. We make a sketch and then pre-visualization, making the sketch with coloring and so on. After that, if we want to make a 3D game, we need to develop and also draw a model sheet like this one. It's like 3 perspectives of visual. And then we do modeling from this model sheet to be 3-dimensional asset. For example, the rabbit and also the humanoid. Next, we have to make some texturing for our asset. Yeah, we just not like painting in game development. We have in one asset there minimum four asset texture asset. For example, we have to make the diffuse map. It means we can see what is the color and what is the detail, the accent, and so on. And The second asset is immersion map. And then normal map. Normal map is aim to give deep illusion or 3D illusion for the object. So if you can see in rabbit body, it look like some 3D illusion in this one. And also we make a metallic smoothness map, the function for making some lighting effect for the asset. All right, next we develop the game. We integrate in the system and we can play with the game. Okay, what happened with AI? We can see the process of making a game is a lot of things, yeah? Making the asset, and we develop the programming, but we focus on this visual thing. Using this application, oh wait a second, it's not good. Okay, I see you in YouTube. Sorry for that. Okay, we can see the step is just like making sketch, and boom, we have 3D asset. Compare with my student or my experience making and give some concept and so on, and we have a game. But using the AI, Skybox AI, we just make one step, draw a sketch. Okay, I continue. This example, when I draw a helicopter, simple helicopter, using codes. So I write a code to make this simple helicopter. Yeah, it's not very good. But if we go like 25 years ago, we play a game like this is very joyful. Now, bad. Okay, and then 2 weeks later, I write the advanced code to make this one. Using the same basic programming to visualizing the helicopter. Also the system, because it's like can be fly and move around. When I'm teaching my students, there are no programming background because they are visual communication design. It's very difficult to understand the code. Yeah. This then I'm thinking about how to teaching students with their behavior using visual. And then I use it's kind of like application. So it's like convert from the text to be visual, like this one. So the code is about 10 lines of code, just convert to graphic, and so on. And then they can make a system using visual scripting, for example, like this one, for a game and so on, or interactive media design. Recently, we use Figma or Canva to make interactive system. Comparing to about 30 years ago, which is making interactive media is scripting, not just drag the line to another page. It's so simple, but this technology help human to more productive and more efficient. For example, this one. It looks like complex, but actually no. And what happened with the AI using for writing a code? Doesn't work yet. All right. The application is write your code. So it is simple for student if just to write a code. But the problem is, are they understand about the code? Actually, no. Just make a code, nothing else. how they learn about the logic of programming. I think they didn't learn about that. Okay, another sample is when we taking picture, for example, in the jungle or outdoor, the moment is just one happen, all right? So if we miss the moment, we didn't get the picture. It doesn't work again. All right. All right. I'm sorry for this one. Should be work, but I'm not sure about that. I think the internet is not, so we have, we disconnect. Oh iya. Ini.
Terus buka Chrome atau browser.
Okay, is a Firefly AI which developed by Adobe, so we can use in Adobe Photoshop to do digital imaging, like spontaneously. For example, this one. Next is another digital imaging processing. Just from one picture, and we can manipulate to another pose. All right, we can change the pose of the animal, and actually, before the AI, we have to take a picture every pose. You can manipulate someone's face, like me not handsome to be more handsome, and so on. All right. Now, the question is, what is the position of education toward the AI phenomenon? Well, I will start to discuss about the aesthetic of integration. When we say about the aesthetic, it's about the aesthetic, visual, auditory, tactile, gustatory, olfactory, and also user experience. So we have aesthetic of integration as the intersection of the aesthetic things. Aesthetic of integration is aesthetic experience which obtained through the user participatory activities with the object being played or enjoyed. Aesthetic experience, or we can say in daily, is about satisfaction, obtained through the integration of sensation from several senses, visual, auditory, and so on. An element of interactivity of media so that it triggers the presence of cognitive, psychological, sociological, and even spiritual activity. Technology now plays a role to accommodating the desire to feel a sensual aesthetic experience. Technology increasingly imitates the five senses. When we know about the sensation, it's a response of five senses to something. For example, the ice cream. We look at ice cream, we feel the taste, but actually we not taste. It's like we call it synesthesia. But because what? This happened because our past life experience to give perception. So the perception is the brain response is based on the simulation of fifth senses. And in education, understanding is about the process of working memory from sensation, perception, and also memory. We call the prior knowledge. Now we focus on that in digital literacy, what happened in the brain. Okay, I believe you know about the information about the three parts of the brain: neocortex, limbic system, and also basal ganglia brain. So we focus on the limbic and neocortex. Neocortex is about what everyone understands. This one is a glass. And when we asking how to make the glass, I think not all people know about that. And the question why the glass is made, I think not just one, two people, person know the reason. Okay, so the limbic system contains two questions, why and how. Why is about your purpose, what is your motivation, and what do you believe? And how is about the process, specific action taken to realize your why. And the neocortex is about the result, what do you do, the result of why is about proof. Okay, in user perspective, we know what is about AI and how it's about the process making AI and where the meaning of understanding and belief when someone uses AI. But actually, in digital literacy, there is a problem because the user doesn't know the process and the reason. They just make for example, the image or text essay, just write in the prompt of AI. Okay, in education, as an educator perspective, we have to encourage learning process in 2 steps. And also the critical thinking about, for example, in my field is about visual generation. Now, I will use the psychology activity to investigate what happened in their user to understand about the AI. So I will use the two-level concept. It's about the information. I think we don't need to discuss about this because everyone know about this is a picture, this is a music, so we don't need to. We focus on the motor level, is the process of activity, and also P level is about the feeling. Okay, motor level has some perspective. For example, firstly is temporal, spatial, action, reaction, presentation, force, and meta. It means we need to know what is the process that user feel about the AI. The second is P level, is about the feeling. We have autonomy, competence, relatedness, popularity, stimulation, security, and meaning. I did some observation with my student and also my colleague to know about the field of AI result. Okay, in the motor level, in the temporal, mostly they said very fast. Complexity affect render time. So if we give from like 100 words, it takes time, but the result is very complex, very detailed. The second, spatial, great layout. Also, we can see how AI can generate the image very detailed. And they have the illusion of depth. It's like 3D-dimensional illusion. In the third step is about action and reaction. Is to use, we just write the prompt, and then appropriateness of response to the assignment given. Real time, you give the assignment, you got the result in 1-2 seconds. I will show you later. The presentation, visualization is very well developed. Approximate precision, high resolution, and fantastic. In the fourth condition, they doesn't require much thinking. No, we don't need thinking to make a great music. Just write the prompt. I want make a music for relaxing. Just write relaxing, and you get the music. Just write a simple instruction. The meta is about the context, many model and option, a lot of interactivity, and many users can do it. I mean, if I show you the example, okay, I want to make Jogja Jogja in anime art style and just waiting. Yeah, something is like internet thing. Yeah, this Jogja based on blockade labs AI. Hey, come on. Yeah, this Jogja in their version. I'm not sure Jogja is like in Thailand, yeah. Yeah. Manga, we can generate manga based on the Jogja topic. Okay. I try. You can try. Just go to the website, the skybox.locatelabs.com. Okay, I'm come back to the motor level. And then we go to the B level, it's about the feeling, the aesthetic thing. For the first aesthetic is about autonomy. We feel have autonomy or not. For example, my respondent said that there is freedom of interaction using AA. Yeah, they feel use anytime, and they also feel like openness, and they feel like make decision as a decision maker. The competence, they feel able to do and competent using the AI application, but they do not the process how to make the image or the asset. And then the relatedness, social action space, sometimes we can upload in our Facebook, and another friends give a comments. So we feel like in social action. We look like make personal exhibition using the AI. So we have personal connectedness by online. About popularity, the artwork are liked by others, but they still are not recognized. So I can show my result, but my friend didn't know about my skill. Yeah. And fourth is a simulation. It's a lot of feeling that feel by my respondent. For example, unnatural, exciting, ordinary, surprise, fantasy, and so on. But we need to point out about the fake, imitation, and no meaning. In the security feeling, they feel like anxiety. For example, when I make a new asset, it just it's not make sense in the visual. The second is feel need to study if we can make a game using AI. I don't need to learn how to draw. I don't need to learn how to write a code. That's a problem. And the last, the meaning of learning is lost. Never get understanding by using the AI. So, the reflection of employment of AI, firstly, AI result raise question about authenticity, aesthetic but banal. Because AI results are a process of recalling data and previous artwork. Sense is needed as a tool to criticizing and questioning AI-generated content. Our criticality is a skill that needs to be trained. I mean, as educator, it's because we can say AI is not good. No, it's happened, and in our daily life, so we have to more critical about the student works. For us, in the field of art and design, AI cannot be used as basis of creativity because of the issue of the originality of artwork. So, if my student send me AI result, I just give 0 for them. How to check this is AI or this is a human work? Simple. In my field of study, if the student can give me the process of making asset, so it's human work. But if they just give me the result, should be AI. Okay, AI can be used as predictive reference for current and future trend. Yeah? Despite of the reality, AI results are the result of compilation and modification of data and past artwork. The status can be equated as review of previous artwork, or we can say like assisting study. AI as learning support and not the result of learning that will be assessed. And luckily, in Turnitin, it already have AI check. For example, this essay is written by ChatGPT. So we check in Turnitin, and Turnitin say 100% AI. Yeah, this for text. My last point is about how we face the AI in education. Is about how we have to train our criticism in assess or give feedback to our students. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Yusup. This is really an insightful presentation. If in case you missed any of the slides, allow me to provide a brief summary of what Pak Yusup has presented so far. So, Pak Yusup had shared his knowledge and experience about the use of technology, which is basically used as a tool to help simplify or accelerate the process that humans do. And however, technology has improved so much that it can now imitate humans' 5 senses. And that in terms of digital literacy process, it involves at least 3 levels. The first is the do level or what, which deals with the information. And the second is the motor level or the how, which deals with the process. And the last is the B level or why, which deals with the judgment or feeling. And AI is usually used on the what level or the information level. In terms of education, learning process should be encouraged in the how and why level, or the motor and B level. And the use of AI often results in the loss of the meaning of learning itself. So, sense is needed as a tool to criticize and question AI-generated content. And as educators, we are encouraged to train our criticism, our critical thinking, especially when giving feedbacks to our students. And Pak Yusup also shared a good tip for educators to differentiate between AI works and human works, is that if the student can give us the process, then perhaps it is really human works. But if they can only provide the result without being able to explain the process, then most probably it is AI-generated content. Yeah, I hope that that is useful for us as educators or as students. Before we proceed to the next speaker, do you have any final remarks or maybe conclusion from your presentation, or maybe some message, tips or tricks?
Yeah, I think I just to add the last statement about the process of making asset. In one semester, I think we know each student, their skill, and also their style. Every week we have assistant session, so we to make sure in the process on this in this assistancy session. So we just ensure that they learn and understanding about the topic, and also can give or finalize the asset in like a human work, not AI. When we see the AI, it's very different with human work, I think, I guess. So the process of learning.
Thank you very much, Pak Yusup. That's very useful tips for educators, because usually in one semester we interact so much with the students, so at least we know their style or their preference, so it can be used as a stepping point. Now we move on to the second presentation, but before we start, allow me to introduce our second keynote speaker. Our second keynote speaker is FX Risang Baskara, Ph.D. Usually goes by Pak Risang or Mas Risang. Mas Risang, yeah. Okay. Pak Risang is currently a lecturer at the English Letters, Faculty of Letters of Sanata Dharma University. And previously, he had also served as the head of Language Testing Center at the Language Institute of Sanata Dharma University. Pak Risang, much like Pak Yusup, also graduated from Sanata Dharma University. He earned his Bachelor of Letters degree in 2010 with a study in English literature. And then 4 years later, in 2014, he earned his Master of Humanities also from Sanata Dharma University with a study in educational technology. And just recently, I think last month, ya Pak Risang ya, just last month, he earned his Doctor of Philosophy from the Swinburne University of Technology, Sarawak Campus, with a study in flipped learning. His research interests includes educational technology, blended learning, flipped learning, computer-assisted language learning, second language acquisition, and teaching English as a second language. His most recent publication, there are at least 3 papers or studies published this year. The first is Personalized Learning with AI, Implication for Ignatian Pedagogy. And then Exploring the Implication of ChatGPT for Language Learning in Higher Education, which is written in collaboration with our director, Bapak FX Mukarto, PhD. And the last is Chatbots and Flipped Learning, Enhancing Student Engagement and Learning Outcomes through Personalized Support and Collaboration. So now let us immediately start with the second presentation. If you have any question for Pak Yusup, you can prepare it, and then we'll address them during the question and answer session. Pak Risang, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mbak Widi. Mbak Vita, could you assist me with the slides? Good morning, esteemed colleagues. Today I'm honored to address this conference highlighting the critical intersection between artificial intelligence and higher education as we explore the profound implications, unique challenges, and promising opportunities within this arena. Pak Yusup brilliantly discussed technology as a tool and the aesthetics of interaction in the field of education, outlining the instrumental role technology plays in facilitating and enriching educational experiences. This unique and fresh perspective from Pak Yusup resonates with the central theme of our discussion today on the integration of artificial intelligence in education. Viewing technology as a tool underscores its potential to amplify human capabilities and improve learning outcomes. Similarly, the aesthetics of interaction remind us that the value of technology in education goes beyond functionality. It's also about how it engages learners, fosters creativity, and enhances the overall learning experiences. Throughout the next presentation, we will unpack various facets of artificial intelligence in education, its role, its importance, ethical implications, and the essence of critical digital literacy. We will examine the potential of AI, grapple with the complexities of AI-generated content, as also mentioned by Pak Yusup, and discuss strategies to foster ethical awareness and critical reflection among students and also faculty. The goal is to offer insights and recommendations that can shape a responsible, inclusive, and empowering approach to AI integration within the realm of higher education. I encourage you all to participate, question, and discuss as we collectively navigate this captivating topic. Mbak Vita, next please. Today's presentation will be divided into 2 distinctive parts for a balanced blend of intellectual engagement and hands-on experience with sophisticated tools transforming our digital world. The first segment will lay the groundwork by exploring the conceptual and theoretical aspects of integrating generative AI tools in higher education. Then, transitioning from theory to practice, The second part of the presentation will offer a more interactive experience, hopefully, allowing you to personally engage with some of the cutting-edge generative AI tools available today. This practical hands-on segment complements our theoretical discussion, offering a clearer picture for the practical implication, opportunities, and challenges essential to AI integration in higher education. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's embark on this collective journey of exploration and learning. Mbak Vita. Our journey today begins with a deep dive on the fascinating realm of large language models, or we understand that as text generator, such as ChatGPT, Google Bard, and Bing Chat. These AI-driven tools are becoming integral parts of educational environments, assisting with a range of tasks. For example, drafting emails to offering tutoring support. However, to truly appreciate and effectively utilize these tools, we need more than a superficial understanding. We need to grapple with their mechanics, strengths, and limitations, paving the way for a more comprehensive perspective on AI's roles in education. Beyond large language models or AI text generator, AI's influence in education spreads to a variety of applications, including streamlining administrative tasks and transforming teaching and learning experiences. Notable examples include AI-driven personalized learning, which adapts content to individual needs, and predictive analytics that utilize data to identify potential trends and, especially, at-risk students. Such applications signal immense potential for revolutionizing our educational landscapes. However, ladies and gentlemen, as AI's presence in education grows, so does its complexity. We need not just to use these tools, but to fully understand their inner workings, implication, and especially related ethical considerations. In our journey ahead, we'll underscore the role of critical digital literacy in understanding and critiquing AI-generated content, providing us with a roadmap to navigate an increasingly AI-infused world. Next. Now, the advent of AI tools in education has expanded the traditional understanding of literacy, now extending beyond basic reading and writing to include the ability to understand and also critique AI-generated content. These concepts, known as critical digital literacy, becomes universally essential in an increasingly digitized world, underlining the importance of our discussion today. The aim is to empower individuals, not only students, with the skills necessary to navigate the intricate landscape of AI regardless of their professional background. Next. Now, critical digital literacy necessitates an understanding that surpasses the visible output of AI, delving into the underlying mechanics of AI, of how AI interprets data, applies algorithms, predicts, and ultimately produces contents. For example, large language model like ChatGPT, it can generate accurate human-like text, but may also exhibit bias or diverge from intended output due to their reliance or their training data. Recognizing this potential limitation is crucial for users to understand possible inherent biases in AI outputs. Next. Active learning is pivotal in fostering critical competencies as education embraces AI technologies. It involves transforming students from passive recipients of knowledge into active participants directly engaging with AI-generated content. This interaction can be facilitated through the use of large language models, ChatGPT, Google Bard, or even Bing Chat, for assignments, for example. Subsequently, encouraging students to analyze the output critically. Such exercises not only enable students to comprehend the capabilities and limitation of AI, but also to empower them to confidently navigate AI tools. Furthermore, this also can promote critical thinking skills essential for spotting potential biases, inaccuracies, or even ethical concerns in AI outputs, fostering a sense of curiosity and also healthy skepticism, vital for critical digital literacy. However, as I believe, this transformation does not occur in a void. Educators, Pak Mokarto, Pak Sarwoto, and others, including me, we play a crucial role in cultivating this environment. They not only adopt AI-integrated teaching strategies and guide the students through AI interaction, but also create a unique culture of open inquiry where questioning and critiquing AI outputs are encouraged. Additionally, to guide students effectively, educators themselves must stay proficient with AI tools and principles, continuously emerge in professional development, stay abreast of AI advancements, and comprehend the ethical implication of AI technologies as well. By doing so, the educators not only shape enriching learning experiences, but also prepare students for a future intertwined with AI, helping them evolve into competent and also responsible AI users. Mbak Vita. Now let's move on to the ethical implications. AI's integration into education necessitates a keen consideration of its ethical implications. Privacy concerns take priorities as AI's educational deployment often demands comprehensive student data access, raising issues around potential misuse and security vulnerabilities. Moreover, as I mentioned previously, inherent biases in AI systems, potentially learned and replicated by large language models, pose substantial challenges. Furthermore, the ownership and usage of data, crucial for improving AI system performance, prompts pivotal question as well. Specifically, who retains ownership when students utilize AI tools? How is it employed to train and enhance the AI? And are the students and the educators adequately informed about their data's usage? Addressing these concerns requires a robust ethical framework that establishes explicit policies and guidelines on AI usage, outlining measures to safeguard policy, mitigates potential biases, and thereby providing transparency around data ownership and utilization. Now, let's move on to the potential of AI tools in education. Mbak Vita. Okay, AI tools, including prominent large language models like ChatGPT, are significantly transforming the education sector. Their potential lies in personalizing educational experiences, adapting to unique learning styles, and tailoring instruction to suit individual student needs. This tailoring enables AI to identify learners who might be struggling, adjust the instructional approach, and provide additional resources to aid comprehension, thereby enhancing student outcomes and, what I believe is also important, addressing differentiated learning gaps by the students. Furthermore, AI technologies provide innovative platform for artistic expression, just mentioned and showed by Yusup previously, whether through AI-powered music or art application, thereby expanding creative avenues. On the administrative side, AI streamlines tasks such as scheduling, record keeping, and predictive analytics, freeing educators to devote their attention to teaching and supporting students. However, it's crucial to acknowledge the limitation of AI. Despite their potential, AI tools may lack the human touch, produce unanticipated results, and possibly perpetuate biases. Moreover, over-reliance on AI could overshadow the exceptional creativity, empathy, and experience of educators, as well as the social interactions vital to learning. Therefore, in my opinion, an equilibrium is necessary, where AI augments rather than replaces human teaching and learning. For students and educators to effectively navigate this landscape and optimally use AI tools, a solid understanding of critical digital literacy is vital. This includes the ability to use, comprehend, critique, and make informed decisions about AI tools, allowing users to leverage their benefits while remaining cognizant about their limitations and challenges. Mbak Vita. As also showcased by Pak Yusup, in the era of digital dominance, AI-generated content ranging from written articles and social media posts to artworks and music produced by large language model is really infusing our world today. Understanding the nature, creation mechanism, and implication of these intricate outputs birthed by complex algorithms is really, really crucial. However, this comprehension is made challenging by the non-linear methodologies by AI. Unlike human logic, AI models identify patterns in vast amounts of data they've been training on, resulting in coherent outputs that stem from processes distinctly different from human decision-making. Furthermore, this data can harbor inherent bias once again, slightly reflected in the AI outputs, which can sway the perception and decision of those consuming the content. The necessity of recognizing and critiquing such biases underscores the importance of critical digital literacy. This involves not only using AI tools, but also understanding their inner workings, implications, and potential biases, thus promoting a comprehensive understanding of the complexities of AI-generated content. This deeper understanding allows students and also educators to navigate the landscape of AI tools with confidence and skills, fostering a critical mindset capable of questioning, analyzing, and making informed decisions amidst complexity. Essentially, this prepares them to be responsible and informed digital citizens in an AI-enhanced world. Cultivating this understanding is a continual journey reflecting the ongoing evolution and sophistication of AI tools. As we move forward, both educators and also students, it's paramount to stay updated with the latest advancement, ensure responsible and effective usage of AI tools, and once again, consider the ethical implication of AI in education while fostering ethical awareness. Mbak Vita. As AI increasingly permeates educational system, the conscious inclusion of ethical awareness in AI in education becomes crucial. Given AI's potential societal and individual implications, it's necessary for educators and students to understand the ethical aspects of AI. Integrating ethical discussion and case studies into the curriculum is vital, as this allows for a thoughtful engagement with the multifaceted ethical challenges stemming from AI's escalating influence across various sectors, including education. This discussion ought to cover a range of issues from immediate concerns like data privacy and security to potential biases unknowingly embedded within AI algorithms. Moreover, more extensive societal issues such as AI's potential role in job displacement should also be considered. Mbak Vita. The widespread integration of AI in education necessitates the establishment of responsible use guidelines to prevent unforeseen or undesired outcomes. The essence of this proactive approach lies in shaping AI's use in education in a way that balances potential benefits and risks. One significant step in this direction is listing critical digital literacy in the curriculum. By including a comprehensive study of AI, its processes, outputs, and also implications, we enable students and educators to effectively navigate, comprehend, and critically analyze AI-generated content. This initiative not only reinforces engagement with AI tools, but also cultivates a culture of critical engagement with technology. However, Pak Mukarto, Pak Sarwoto, fostering critical digital literacy is just the starting point. It's equally important to define best practices and guidelines for AI use in education, covering aspects from data security and privacy to handling AI possible impact on student learning experiences. Such guidelines serve as a framework for integrating AI, ensuring all stakeholders, not only students and educators, are clear about responsible and effective AI usage. Ethical considerations from an integral part of these guidelines requiring us to address potential ethical implications like privacy issue and biases in AI outputs through a well-defined ethical directives. Regular reassessment of our practices and updating our guidelines in response to emerging AI tools, application, and challenges is vital. A commitment to a constant evaluation and improvement ensures that AI integration in education progresses. It remains advantageous for students and their learning experiences. These processes include policies on students' data use, initiative to mitigate potential biases, and the most important thing in my opinion, nurturing a culture of ethical responsibility. Now let's move on to the role of stakeholder engagement in AI integration. As I said, it's not only students and it's not only educators. In the integration process of AI in education, engaging various stakeholders is critical. The viewpoints of students, educators, administrators, and policymakers provide a rich source of insights, paving the way for a balanced approach that respects the needs and apprehensions of all participants. Students, being the primary users of the AI tools, offer a unique perspective on their impact on their learning experiences. Their engagement ensures that their voices are heard, fostering a sense of learning ownership. Simultaneously, faculty and educators, with their expertise in pedagogy, guide the development and application of AI tools, identifying potential benefits and ensuring they enhance student learning. Lastly, administrators and policymakers oversee the strategic integration of AI, navigate complexities, and align with broader educational goals. Let's move on to the very important part of our journey. Promoting a culture of lifelong learning is essential to successfully navigate the ever-changing ground of artificial intelligence in education, particularly in the educational realm. With technology evolving rapidly, often in disruptive ways, ongoing learning is crucial for staying informed, adaptable, and also proficient. This learning culture is embodied in the continuous professional development of educators. As knowledge mediators, educators or future educators like you must be equipped with up-to-date knowledge and skills about artificial intelligence. This constant learning process extends beyond workshops, training, courses, or even classes. And it necessitates a mindset immersed in curiosity, openness, and adaptability, compelling educators to actively incorporate new AI tools into their pedagogical methods. Additionally, this culture of constant learning empowers educators to effectively mentor their students in engaging with artificial intelligence. Given the rapid evolution of AI tools, education must stay abreast of the latest development. This, once again, requires training themselves with various AI tools, understanding how these tools facilitate learning, and being aware of potential challenges. With this knowledge, they can guide students to interact, understand, and critically engage with AI tools. This dynamic culture of student and teacher relationship also involves adopting fluid and responsive teaching strategies that can also adapt to students' needs, technological shift, and the ever-changing digital environment. Moreover, as AI technologies advance, they present new opportunities for learning and engagement, but once again, also presents challenges like technical complexities, ethical implication, and the need for new digital literacy skills. A culture of continuous learning thus readies educators and students to navigate these challenges, seize the opportunities, and flourish in the AI integrated educational environment. It's more than keeping pace with the latest AI technologies. It's about nurturing an environment that values learning, sparks curiosity, and fosters continuous growth and adaptability. As we wrap up the first part of this presentation, it's essential to emphasize the need for a cautious, considered, and ethical approach to integrating artificial intelligence into higher education. At this unprecedented crossroad in the history of education, AI holds the potential to radically transform our methods of teaching, learning, and interacting with knowledge. To optimally leverage this potential and guide it towards a future of beneficial AI integration in the education, we need to be more proactive, prudent, and driven by a solid ethical compass. This dedication begins by fostering critical digital literacy skills among students and also educators, crucial in an age where AI-generated digital content is omnipresent. This literacy includes comprehending AI's operation, ramification, potential biases, and empowering all stakeholders to critically engage with AI. That's the end of part 1. Do I still have time, Mbak Widi? Hopefully you get the gist of the first part of the presentation. As I said, it goes beyond theoretical and conceptual framework, but as I mentioned in the second part of the presentation, I would like to give you a peek of what generative AI looks like, and hopefully you can also try it at home. You can prepare your smartphone, you can prepare your laptops, and we'll start the second part of the presentation. Hopefully my laptop will work well, ya Mbak Wit ya, and the internet connection as well. But this time I would like to open my tab one by one. So let me open the Zoom and share my screen. Yeah. Okay. Oh, basically, thank you very much, Mbak Vita. Basically, these are the okay. You could share the last slides first before I move with my screen. Okay, this one. So there are several, hopefully I still have time to discuss all of this. Otherwise, you can just try it at home. There are 7 generative, categories that I would like to show you. The first one will be ChatGPT Plus with GPT-4 with plugins. Yeah. There are 3 plugins that I would like to show. Hopefully I have time. WebPilot, Xpapers, and Visla. The second one is the AI generated presentation. Create a prompt, 1, 2, 3 sentences, press enter, and it will create 8 to 10 slides automatically for you. We can use Tome, we can use Schema, we can use Google Docs plus Magic Slides app. Previously mentioned by Pak Yusup, I also want to introduce you to AI generated images, but this one is free. Yeah, this is free. We have some subscription plans, but hopefully later on we can take a look at that. We have Instant Art, Lexica, and Playground AI as well. We have text to music. We have text to video. You could just press. You could just describe the situation, make 1, 2, 3 simple sentences, and then press enter, and the Hagen or Synthesia will create a video for you. And we also have text to songs, voice mode, and we also have generative AI for English learning, something that I would like to delve deeper later. Speechcoach.io and ago.ai. Let's take a look carefully. But Vita, it's my turn, I guess. Okay, hopefully it's working well. Okay, let's start with ChatGPT, something that you are familiar with. If you are a free user of ChatGPT, I'm afraid that you cannot access these features. You have to subscribe and become the ChatGPT Plus user to use this feature. But once you are subscribing to ChatGPT Plus, then you will have access to GPT-4 with all its features, including plugins. Plugins are quite similar to Google Chrome extension or other add-ons. Yeah, so it's like having ChatGPT with steroids, practically speaking. So let's take a look carefully. I would like to show you three, but I would like to show you with this one. With Visla, one of the plugins available for ChatGPT Plus users, we can create a short video from public stock footage based on our prompt. For example, create a short video about critical digital literacy in higher education. And then I press enter, and later the plugins will process my prompt, my input, and it will create me a short video, 1 minute more or less, with the discussion of critical digital literacy in higher education. My apology, it depends on the internet connection, so that's why I said hopefully my internet connection is working well. Yeah. It will create responses, and then it will give me this link to watch the video. I can click this one, and later I can show you the video, but it will take around 1 minute. Bear with me, Mbak Widya, bear with me, as with Pak Yusup as well. It takes time, Pak Yusup, yeah. It really takes time. Even though it's artificial intelligence, somehow it's not intelligent enough to, to process this one very quickly. Okay, so let's take a look carefully. When I click watch video, wait, I need to open my Gmail account then. It says that it's still creating the video, but once the video is ready, then it will ask us to give the, email address to have the link. So for example, something like this, I'm not quite sure, can I have an audio for this? Not really, okay, just let me show you. When I click play, one simple prompt, 1 minute video.
Students to have critical digital literacy skills. But what exactly is digital literacy? Digital literacy is the ability to find, evaluate, and use information online effectively and responsibly. In higher education, digital literacy is crucial for success in academic and professional.
You get the gist. You get the gist. So one simple prompt, ChatGPT Plus, with plugins can create you a video, 1 minute. If you are a premium users in Visla, you can produce more than 1 minute. Very interesting. One. Let's go. Next. If you are, wait, where is my? Okay. So if you are a ChatGPT Plus users, you can also use different plugins. For example, if you have this asked your PDF, I will not show you because it will take much time. You can upload your PDF and interact with the PDF. So it really changes the way we read journals. So somehow I use this a lot. For example, when I have so many journals to read, so I just upload the academic journal that I would like to understand more, and then let the ChatGPT analyze it, and then I will just interact with ChatGPT. Show me the gaps, show me the methodology. Could you explain more about the introduction and so on? So having ChatGPT Plus with the plugin like this is like having an assistant. It's like having Pak Mukarto just close to me whenever I need him. I can just ask him whenever I want, but this time through artificial intelligence. That's for the ChatGPT. Discuss further. Yeah. Let's move on to the second part, AI-generated presentation. So let's move on with this one. Okay, 2 minutes. So basically, you can just export it by yourself after this, yeah? Okay. But we decided that we can have more discussion about this in Q&A. So basically, with this AI, what I'm really saying is, with Tom and Gamma, let me show you, Gamma app. With Tom and Gamma, you can create 8 slides or even 10 maybe with one simple prompt. So for example, it's free and then it will give you credits, and the credits will be spent whenever you create presentations. So let's say, let's move on with Tom first, create, and then create, okay, dig deeper by yourself, yeah? Just be quick. Let me show you. Create presentation about critical digital, but it doesn't mean that my previous presentation was done by this, yeah? I do it by myself. I did it by myself, yeah? Including the notes. But let me show you. Critical digital literacy in higher education, for example. Then I press enter, and then it will generate outline. And then voila. Yeah, I do believe this one. In this part, critical digital literacy will play its role. We have to be really careful. We have to be the judge of the content. Will we believe these outputs, or do we have to really edit and review it? Yeah. But now let's trust the AI, and then let's click continue. And then Tom will create you a presentation. 8 slides, if I'm not mistaken. So Pak Mukarto, be cautious with this whenever you are assigning presentations to our students here. 8 slides. Title slides, outlines, first slide, second slide, and so on, with pictures. 8 slides. Amazing what an AI can do. Gamma is also interesting. Gamma is more interesting because it has more features, yeah? Let's say click presentation. Oh yeah, with Gamma you can create any presentation in any language, even in Bahasa Indonesia, yeah? So critical digital, let's see, let's compare. Literacy in higher education. I guess it will be the last, yeah, but after this we can discuss further. Sound interesting? Yes, for you, yeah. Okay, something like this. Outline is quite similar to Tom. Let's click continue. And the Gamma app will create you a presentation. 8 slides, similar to Tom, in my opinion, I guess. Let's take a look carefully. But this time has more colors and it has good backgrounds. See? Training, workshops, let's go. It's only one part of the generative AI tools available, yeah? Once again, I have to clarify that my presentation was not done by this. But as you see, critical digital literacy is really essential and once again relevant in the realm of AI in our nowadays world. And as a closing, if you are interested enough to explore more on these generative AI tools, I will show you the website. Type www.futuretools.io, www.future, futuretools.io, and then you will have this list of generative AI tools available for you. Just search in the search box, what do you want to do? Text to text, text to images, text to presentation, and then it will search you the appropriate AI tools, whether it is free, whether it is freemium, whether it is open source, whether it is paid, it will provide you with the possible AI tools for you. So explore more. And that's it, I guess, Mbak Widi. So that's the second part of the presentation. My apology, teman-teman and Bapak Ibu sekalian, if you don't have much time to explore more about the AI tools, but we can have more discussion about that one. Goes back to you, Mbak Widi.
Thank you very much, Pak Risang. That's a lot of information to digest. Because there is so much information, then allow me to provide you a brief summary. Pak Risang today talks about the use of AI in education, especially in higher education. And similar to what Pak Yusup mentioned earlier, AI is used as a tool, basically, from handling administrative tasks to being used as pedagogical tools. However, the use of AI in digital age requires us to understand not only how AI operates, but also its limitation, and then also its implication, especially the ethical implications. So developing digital literacy skills in both educator and student is of paramount importance because it is for student empowerment. It can help foster confidence and competency through AI interaction. And open criticism of AI-generated content must be encouraged. In terms of ethical implication, there has been a growing concern about privacy, bias, and then data of ownership related to contents generated using AI. And Pak Risang suggested that there should be an ethical framework of how we can or we should integrate AI into education. And talking about the potential of AI in education, it can be used to enhance education, foster creative expression, personalized learning, and automatization of administrative tasks. However, similar to Pak Yusup, Pak Risang also emphasized that AI should only be used to enhance, not to fully replace humans' work. And then we also need to foster ethical awareness in AI education. So ethical needs to be incorporated into the curriculum through ethical discussion and so on. And there should be a development of guidelines based on best practices with regular updates or evaluation. And there should be an emphasis on research and evaluation. However, the ethical awareness is not an end, but in fact it's the starting point towards achieving a balanced use of AI in education. Do you have any conclusion or final remarks before we continue to the question and answer session, while I also invite Pak Yusup to join us together?
Very short statement, Mbak Widi, I guess. As Bapak Ibu and ladies and gentlemen, as we navigate the unbridled seas of generative AI's integration into education, it's important to remember that while we may not all be in the same boat, we are indeed embarked on the same journey. Our vessels may differ, reflecting the diversity of our roles and perspective, but our destination is the same. A future where AI is thoughtfully, ethically, and effectively integrated into education, enriching learning experiences and opening a new horizons of possibility. This voyage that we are undertaking together, united in our purpose and shared vision, signifies the dawn of a new era in education. As we sail forward, may we embrace the challenges, harness the opportunities, and continually strive for a more inclusive, adaptive, and enlightened educational landscape. Thank you, Mbak Widi.
Thank you very much, Pak Risang. So embrace the opportunity and prepare ourselves to face the challenges, yeah. Okay, now we're moving on to our question and answer session. We will go first with the offline participants that are joining with us here, and then we'll move on to our friends who join us via Zoom. For those on Zoom, you can type your question into the chat box, and then I will read it. Or I think the keynote speaker are also joining us on Zoom, yeah. So can you also access the chat box. For the first session, I think we will have 3 questions. Let us have maybe one from the right side, and then one from the middle, and one from. Okay, Pak Sarwoto. Pak Sarwoto would like to ask. Okay, and who else? Can you please raise? Raise your hand. Okay, 3. Yeah, we will have 3. Please state your name and then the organization you are representing, and then go with your question. We will start with Pak Sarwoto first, please, Pak.
Thank you, Widi. What interesting presentation from the 2 presenters today. I have some comments as well as questions. I agree with Pak Yusuf's statement that AI, I think it's all not only in art and game but also in other application, is not original. So originality is absent there. I think this is a very important aspect to underline because of the emergence of ChatGPT and so on, as Pak Risang mentioned, has probably also stimulated some students to copy and paste the answers of the question that the teachers asked during the class discussion or even during the midterm test or final test. Yeah. And I have my experience on this when I ask my student, not in the graduate level, but in the undergraduate level, asking, I'm teaching English drama, for example, compare the tragic hero from Oedipus Rex and Glengarry Glen Ross, then they came up with answer that is even much better than the answer given to me by my graduate students. But the problem is then, when I pursue the detail, then there you can see that they actually do not know what they are writing. So then there is a stronger suspicion that it must be taken from somewhere else, and they admitted that it is from ChatGPT. What is amazing that it is a machine learning, right? A machine that can learn, that can compete with us. But somehow, in terms of originality, it cannot compete with human. That's if I'm not wrong in understanding your explanation. Yeah? Now, I notice that there are 2 different aspects of this. Yeah. First, if you are a programmer, then understanding the program is crucial. But if you are a user like me, for example, there is this new trend in even literary analysis using AI, and the method is called distant reading, in opposition to close reading that we usually use in literary analysis, in which AI is extensively used and exploited. Yeah. And it is very powerful because of its capability to read tons of text in a very short time. Yeah. There are paid programs like Atlas TI, for instance, yeah, Atlas TI, and also other. But there are also freeware programs like Python, for instance. Atlas TI, unfortunately, is very expensive for us to use in the humanities. I want to ask from you both if you can provide some probably digital resources like the one that Pak Risang showed us, but the one that is used for analysis in cultural texts. Yeah. Like, for example, coding in the sense of finding the certain themes from, for example, 1,000 texts by inputting a keyword, for example, or a phrase, yeah, so that it can help us to identify this similarity in thematic content in those many different texts. Yeah. I'm wondering if there is such program that is, if it's not free, then at least it is affordable, yeah, for us in Indonesia, right? Because if we are talking books, then we have genlib.trust.ec, which is free, but in terms of application like this, I don't know about this. Right, that is number one. And then number two, thank you for the information about the capability of Turnitin now to check the AI. That's very useful for us lecturers, right? I've checked my paper. It turns out 0 AI, and I'm very proud of it. But maybe because it is my English, which is very Javanese, you know, so that AI detect it must be written by someone, but you know, that's not conversant in digital literacy and so on. But then we can use that to detect our students' papers as well as thesis. Yeah. So be careful, my students. If you use ChatGPT, then I've just checked, Turnitin, and it's there. The menu is there, AI, right? Now, the question related to that is, if in Turnitin traditionally, similarity check is used to check how much, or in terms of percentage usually, you know, how many % of the phrases, of the word, of the sentences there are similar with other digital sources out there. Then in AI, what is actually the thing that is being tested there? Yeah. In Turnitin, usually it's the similarity, right? And then in the AI, what is it? Is it the idiomatic expression, the content, the style, or what? That's the information that actually I would like to ask. If you have any information on this, it will be very beneficial for us. So how does Turnitin detect the elements of AI there, yeah, in the text? Yeah, right. And then, can I have a third comment? This is the last. Oh, okay. Right, okay. So, yeah, I agree with Pak Risang about some suggestions, crucial suggestions there on how to deal with digital literacy with AI, how to deal with this critically, using some protocols, using some, for example, the emphasis on the importance of ethical awareness. But ethical awareness alone, without the capability on the part of the lecturers to detect using relevant AI, will also probably prone to failure, right? So it reminds me, of course, with our last graduate seminar conference last year, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, Pak Mukarto, where we have Professor Mike from New York University talking to us about the dark digital age, right? The digital age can be a dark age for us if we are not prepared to deal with this. And then what Pak Risang has presented to us is some kind of how to go to the enlightenment of this digital age, some procedures, some protocols that I think they keep developing, right? Because AI also keeps developing. The machine keeps learning, right? Unfortunately, some of us probably stop learning. That's too bad. And then, yeah. So I agree with your statement that ChatGPT or Google Bard and so on, because it is a machine learning, and the learning is based on someone else's writing, human writing, right, which may contain some bias, be it racial or class bias or gender bias. Then I think the same critical methodology can also still be applied even when we examine text generated by AI machines like this, and that is very important point, right? So, so the last comment would probably become sort of not question but comment. Yeah, thank you very much, Viti, for the time.
Thank you very much, Pak Sarwoto. Is it okay if we go to the next question first and then we'll address them together, yeah? Okay, the next question I believe is from Clara. Yeah, please.
Good morning, Pak Risang, Pak Yusup. Thank you. Even though I was joining late, but I was also present in the Zoom during Pak Yusup's presentation, so thankfully I can catch up. Thank you very much for the insightful presentation. It's very relevant, especially now than ever. This is more like a comment and maybe asking for your opinion, or maybe for the future of AI here, especially in education. Pak Yusup earlier showed us how the new feature on Adobe Illustrator, ya Pak, how we can now basically the job field or the job opportunity for graphic designer are basically just going downhill after this, because we don't need anyone to do that. We can have AI to do so, and also other job opportunities for such as copywriter, editors, and maybe video editors, as Pak Risang also displayed earlier. And the current discussion around ChatGPT and AI would be how to regulate it before we go too far, because this is, as Pak Sarwoto mentioned earlier, that the machine itself is learning, and it's learning every time we are asking them to do something, and it becomes smarter and smarter. And people started to bring up the discussion on how to regulate it. And my question to you, Pak Yusup and Pak Risang, would be, do you think this would, in education especially, do you think that there will be some kind of regulation that would be necessary for us to limit the use, and so that the usage itself is ethical, other than, good faith, self-control on not to abuse it, because for now what we can do is basically manually checking it with Turnitin and checking it as what you showed us, the tips. But do you think in the near future there should be a regulation to regulate the use of AI in education? Thank you so much, and have a good day.
Thank you very much, Clara. Let us collect the question first. Third question, please state your name and the organization you're from.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Deborah. I'm from KBI, Graduate Program of English Language Studies, batch 2021. Last 2 years. So I want to ask a question to Pak Risang and Pak Sigir. It's actually a general question about technology and its relation to humanity. So today we are living in a digital age where AI tools and also games are something we encounter almost every day, especially in the lives of my students, because I teach junior high school students, and they are very, very creative. And most of them, they are also gamers. They are very interested with that. So I am concerned how these technological advances can collaborate together with literature and art to raise humanity. And what I mean by humanity is compassion towards other humans. So I'm asking this question because today, especially in games and the AI programming age, everything is instant. And especially in games, violence seems to be normal. So I tried to search in Google to put the keywords anak membunuh orang tua karena games, and the results are like 1,560, and the first 3 pages, the news are published from recently 10 years ago. So it's still fresh. My concern is like, here we are expected to be instant, right? And how can we have time to stop and reflect the things happening to us? So I think this is where the role of literature and art also comes into view, because it raises our sense of humanities to perceive other people's, how we can contribute to make the betterment of mankind, right? And somehow in the Indonesian context, just to share my personal experience when I'm sharing and talking with my friends or colleagues or my parents' friends, they ask me, where am I studying? What do I study? I says, oh, I'm studying in literature. And they say, oh, so you are only reading books and novels? Then I was laughing, like, because personally, in my opinion, in Indonesia, literature and arts is seen as not important compared to STEM, or science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So that's my question. I think this is an important point to address, because our concern today is to develop critical thinking for our future education, right? So as educators, what should we do under this situation? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So we have question here from Pak Sarwoto about the digital resources used for analysis in cultural text, and then about Turnitin's new capability to recognize AI. What is actually being analyzed to recognize AI-generated content? And then Pak Sarwoto also expresses his agreement on the biases in AI-generated content. Next, we have from Clara about new feature on Adobe. And the question is about how to regulate this before we go too far, because the use of AI is kind of harming so many job opportunities, yeah, from graphic designers, translators to copywriters and editors, because the machine itself learns and it becomes smarter and smarter. Are you saying that we are not getting smarter? No. We are, but maybe at a slower pace, yeah, than the machine. And then in education, will there be regulation, or do we need regulation so that the users can be ethical other than just relying on their good faith? And then from Deborah, technology advance and the relationship with arts and literature to enhance humanity, especially in terms of games, because in games, violence seems to be normal. And how can we stop and reflect on what has happened to us? And it's actually the role of arts and literature, but how do we integrate it with technology? Because so far arts and literature has been sidelined from the global world. Yeah. Okay, Pak Yusup and Pak Risang, we have exactly 10 minutes to answer the question. Please, any of you.
All right. Thank you for the question. I think very fantastic question. All right. I would like to ask first about Paulus about how to detect and how to check this is AI generated or not. Basically, technology, and I would like to say, luckily, everything that generate based system, they have meta file. you cannot see the media file, but actually, when we make a image or we make like essay in one file, then also make media file. So Tunikin check this extension firstly, who generate the file. So it's like a simple thing in technology mechanism. First thing. The second, when connecting finding similarity and the system didn't find for another, for example, past journal or past book and so on, they will check the system also. How the text is generated, because it's like structure is very well, and also the source is can be reached by a system, not by human. Okay, I hope can answer your question. About the prompt for cultural, I'm afraid I can answer that. But basically, if there are some database about cultural, should be can be generated by AI. For example, like visual cultural thing, ornament, and so on. In my opinion, there's some issue about the cultural visualization. For example, we don't have what to say? Sometimes it's like wait. For example, we can take a picture for some asset of the cultural thing, so we can upload it in the internet. Or the regulation can be publish the information about the cultural, so we can get the AI generated from the culture. It's a simple thing, I think, answer. All right. The third question about the AI regulation in education. All right. Universitas Multimedia Nusantara already, how to say, we have regulation to use AI in our LMS. So is this officially can use and embed it in the learning management system in UMN. But we also make the rule about, for example, in my study program, program study, the use of AI not for the final project. Yeah, the use of AI not for the concept. I already mentioned the AI research can be used as the reference of another thing, the visual, for example, like that. And also, if you wait a second, UNESCO also have a guideline. I'll show you a second. About the use certificate. It's officially, I think, on April. I'm not sure about the time, but actually it was already, UNESCO already gave a guideline for higher education to use certificate. Yeah, so it's officially can again, if we say no for AI, I think it's impossible now. Everyone use that, yeah, even me. Sometimes I want to predict a game 20 years in the future, what kind of game. But my prediction is about the technology, not the game, because it's like the technology affect the games play and so on. I think this one. And yeah, the last question I think is interesting. How collaborate AI in learning? Yeah, I did with my son. Actually, my son has AD. Oh, I forgot it. ADHD. Yeah. And I use technology, for example AI, to teach him about tenses, past, simple, and future tense. Yeah. Because it's difficult to give understanding for him. So I use color. Internet, past, a day, simple, and the orange color is for the future. So he remember the color and how to use the past tense, simple past tense, future, and so on. I think there is a collaboration between technology, for example, using a visual technology, generate AI, generate like I want to make, for example, when the topic is about studying, animal, and we can say animal for the prompt, and the night, the day, and morning. So I think it can be used for collaboration. Thank you. And also game issue, actually not the game. The issue is about the time management using gadget. I think a problem. Secondly, parental guideline is not work over there. Because, for example, some kids play Mobile Legend. You know, Mobile Legend is for 30-year-olds. But the first grade sekolah dasar play that. That's not good. The problem is on the game, because the game have the rule, they have the like a rating, but yeah, I think it's complex. The problem is complex. Thank you.
Mbak Widi, bear with me for another 5 minutes. Yeah, let me just make it quick. So let me start with Pak Sarwoto first. Pak Sarwoto, I don't have really distinct answers for your questions, but I would like to say this, because they are machine learning, they are machines that are learning, so we can somehow fit the documents, fit the papers that we want to interact to the systems, and then later on let them learn. So far, what I have in my mind is now just use ChatGPT with plugins. We have so many plugins that allow us to interact with our documents, including PDFs. The second one is elicit.org. It's one AI that I have been using so far, even before ChatGPT, elicit.org. We can upload our PDFs and allow us to interact with the PDF as well, more or less. And the last one is the typeset.io. It also allows us to interact with our PDFs. So the real challenge with this machine learnings, MLs, is that it learns from a vast amount of data they've been trained on. If they have never been trained on, for example, on a specific and unique culture, for example, then they will be likely perpetuating biases, Pak Sarwoto. So that's the basic notion of machine learning. So we need to make them learn so that it can give us a correct and proper context for that one. I guess ChatGPT, Elicit.org, and Typeset.io, we can work on that one. The second one is be careful with Turnitin's AI detector, Pak Sarwoto. There are a lot of studies that says the same thing, that sometimes Turnitin AI detector show biases to non-native writing, because they somehow, if for example I am Indonesian and I write that good, but the AI says, no, you are not native, it seems AI. No, I write it, no, it's AI. So basically, we have to say this. Do not use Turnitin AI detectors as the sole and primary source for the decision making. And on the 1st June of 2023 in InsideHigherEd.com, it turned out that Turnitin's AI detector have higher than expected false positive. We have to be cautious. And once again, students do not ask to be checked by Turnitin, right? They are forced to be checked with Turnitin automatically. So we need to discuss this further, I guess. Once again, Pak Sarwoto, I guess, do not use this as the sole and primary source for the decision making. We need to discuss with the students. If they did really use AI to generate content for their assignment, so what should we do? Gitu, ya, more or less. Okay, so that's for Pak Sarwoto. Clara, let's move on. Wait, let me show you this, Clara. I made several guidelines and infographics like this. Yeah, unfortunately, correct me if I'm wrong, Pak Mokarto, Punovi, and Pak Sarwoto, we don't have a clear guidelines yet, right, in this university. For example, in this particular infographic, I really want to say this because most of the time people will say, Mas Risang, aku butuh petunjuk yang jelas. Okay, let me make a clear approach for you. So really clear, C-L-E-A-R. For example. So yang jelas ya Mas, okay, that's clear. So let's start with contextual understanding, learning and engagement, evolving academic principle, assessment, adaptation, and responsible use, for example. So I make this, but it's based on my personal and my, good practices. As I said, it should move beyond that one, Clara. It should be all stakeholders sit together and discuss, not only students, teachers, but also administrators and policymakers. We cannot move on with or by using the good practices made by its lecturers. Pak Mokarto did that, Pak Sarwoto did that, I did that, and then we compiled that into a good guidelines. No, every single stakeholders in this university, in your school, for example, has voices and they have to be heard as well. Yeah, more or less. But it is relevant and it is crucial to have this guideline as well. That's for Clara. My apologies, Mbak Widi, one more. Okay, so Debbie, without art and literature, we will not have these three aspects when we see the emergence of AI in our nowadays realm of education. With, in my opinion, justru with art and literature, we have these three things: ethics, choice, and skepticism. Without those things, we will not have that. And those things are the fundamentals of critical digital literacy. So next time somebody asks you this question, give them that answer. Give them that insight. Because I have more than enough to build my critical digital literacy. Because I am discussing, I am studying art and literature. We can have more discussion about that one later on. But thank you so much for the questions, Deborah. You're welcome.
Thank you very much for the eye-opening answer. Are you all satisfied with the answer, or would you? Okay, 2 thumbs up, yeah. I would also like to address one comment, yeah, another question from from Mas Aan. Yeah, it's not a question, but just a comment that sometimes the use of AI from the perspective of post-colonial study, the rise of AI might actually foster colonial mentality or colonial bias. Yeah, for example, when he used Midjourney to create AI-generated pictures by typing good-looking men and women, and as expected, the result turns out to be pictures of Western men and women with no representation of people from, let's say, Asian or African countries. Yeah, and I believe that both Pak Yusup and Pak Risang have mentioned earlier about potential bias in the AI-generated content. Okay. With the questions, I believe there are actually still more questions, but unfortunately we have limited time because after this we still have parallel session. I do hope that we will have more discussion, maybe personally or through emails or any other methods. But before we conclude, let me show you just a very short presentation, a video to sum up what, to sum up what has been presented by Pak Yusup and Pak Risang. 1 second. AI generated, yeah. Oh, Pak Risang, you mentioned that your presentation is not AI generated. How do I know that you're not lying? How do I know? Okay, maybe we can use some also technology or other AI to identify whether Pak Risang's presentation is. Yeah, this is just a very short. Yeah, very short because this is only clippings of the most searched result about backlash against AI-generated content, and I believe that all the headlines there mention at least 3 issues that are also mentioned by both Pak Yusup and Pak Risang. Yeah, it is privacy, and then originality, and data ownership. Yeah, but in terms of arts and design, there's also a mention of originality, while the other ones mostly mention about the privacy. So I believe, to sum up, we can come back to what has been said by both Pak Risang and Pak Yusup, is that we ourselves need to be critical. Regulation needs to be established, but in the meantime, we can cultivate awareness on the balanced or responsible use of AI in ourselves as educators and as students. And in terms with dealing with the advance of technology, let's remember again Pak Risang's message: embrace the opportunities and be prepared to face the challenge. This is especially for educators. What about the students? Well, for students, I think we can turn back to what Pak Yusup has said. AI should only be used to enhance, not to fully replace. Because as students, what's important for us is the meaning of the process of learning. While with AI, we lose the meaning of learning. Yeah. Thank you very much again for our 2 amazing presenters and also for the participants. I am Widi, and now we are returning to our Master of Ceremony. Anna, please.
Thank you, Mbak Widi, as our moderator for today, and I would also like to express my gratitude to Pak Yusup and Pak Risang for sharing their insightful knowledge. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite Bapak Paulus Sarwoto, Ph.D. as the Head of English Language Studies, and also Bapak F.X. Mukarto, Ph.D. as the Director of the Graduate Program of Sanata Dharma University to present a token of appreciation to Pak Yusup and Pak Risang in recognition of their outstanding contribution as a keynote speakers. We also kindly request everyone to gather at the front for a group photo with our keynote speakers.
Risang dulu aja, Risang dulu aja. Masih dingin aja. Nafasku sudah berani. Setelah dipergi. Sudah nasi.
Thank you everyone for your participation. Before we proceed to the parallel session, we will have a short break. The first parallel session will start at 11:45. Therefore, all presenters and participants will need to be in the breakout rooms at 11:45. For the presenters should proceed to their assigned rooms, namely breakout room A, breakout room B, and breakout room C, as indicated in the conference book provided. And for the participants are free to choose any of the 3 breakout rooms, each offering various topics that can be found in the conference book. Once parallel session 1 and 2 have concluded, both presenters and participants requested to return in main room at 14:45 for the closing ceremony. Thank you, and we will see you in the parallel session.
Test. Good morning. Can I get attention from our fellow speakers? We will, within a while, start our first parallel session, so you can please be seated and be ready with your presentations. Certainly, the first presenter is Baskara.
My voice audible? Mas, may I begin the presentation or what time should I start? Cek, kedengaran nggak ya?
Pak Clara join dulu ke roomnya.
Oh,
Ya, jadi nanti kalau nggak ke room nanti nggak akan feedback. Kalau ini kan end room.
oke, oke Mas.
Check.
May I have your attention for a little while? The second parallel session will begin in a short while, so please, the presenters of the second parallel session, be seated and be ready for your presentations. Don't forget to enter the breakout Zoom room A. May I ask the members in the room, is there Esther Deborah Kalauserang? All right, thank you. And is there Krismadia Alfa Zefania? Or possibly Maria Dwila Sakar? Okay. 12th Graduate Student Conference. For new participants who have just joined this room, I am the moderator for this parallel session. My name is Andrew Kamil. There is a participant link in the Zoom chat, so while you're at it, maybe you can fill in the form first. This session will have 3 presenters. First is Benedicta Stella Fortunae, who will present her paper titled Teaching English to Women Refugees Online, a Strategy to Eliminate Digital Exclusion. The second presenter is Esther Deborah Calauserang, who will present her paper entitled The Connection of Female Objectification and Water Control in 3 Japanese Folktales. The third presenter is a joint paper by Prismadia Alfa-Zevania, Maria Duila Skar, and Mr. Benedictus P. Villacoco. This will be presented by Mr. Prismadia. Each presenter, yes. This means each presenter will be given 15 minutes of presentation time. Within the 13-minute mark, I will remind the presenter, so please keep your head up. But that will be continued with a 5 minutes of Q&A session. In the Q&A session, online participants can type their questions and send the questions to the Zoom chat box. Please, before asking the question, write your name and affiliation and question. For the other presenters, you also get the chance to ask. Make sure you raise your hand so I can notice. Yeah, because you considered as an online presenter, hopefully. Are there any participants offline who want to ask? I guess because there isn't any problem with Mr. Chahaya's audio, you may go ahead and, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chahaya, we have a question over here. The question is from Rosalia Soriani. Are you ready, Ms. Benedicta? The question is, what is the most challenging thing that you have in your involvement of the volunteer? Hopefully that has answered your question, Ms. Rosalia. We have another question, but we are almost out of time, 20 more seconds. Possibly, Ms. Benedicta, you can type in the questions while we move on to the next presenters. Oh no, there is another new question inside the Zoom chat. If you can see from, yes, you answered the question for Ms. Rosalia, but the one from Jaya has not been answered. Benedicta. Probably further discussion may be conducted after this presentation, but now we will have to move on to our next presenter. Here we have Esther Deborah Kalau Serang. Miss Esther, are you ready with your presentation? Yes, we can hear your voice clear. Stage is yours. I'll be waiting for the first question that appears in Zoom or if there are any hands being raised. Okay, we have our first question from Mr. It is it's a very short question. You can proceed. Prismadia Alfa-Zefania, who has collaborated for this presentation with Maria Dwi Baskara and Mr. Benedictus B. Dwijatoro. Mr. Prismadia will be our last presenter for today. You may go ahead, Mr. Prismadia, the floor is yours. Yes. It is in the process of showing. If you have any problems with sharing, have you sent your presentation to the Google Drive? Probably I can help you with. Oh, it's fine. question and answer session. The rules are similar like the previous two question and answer sessions. I will be waiting for the questions from the offline, the offline presenters, and also from the Zoom participants. Oh, I missed it. Yes, go ahead. Okay. Okay. Are there any more questions? If not, let me conclude our second parallel session of the day. First we have our presentation from Ms. Benedicta Stella Fortunai. There we have learned that we have heard your experiences with refugees, especially those of Jimpao and Kachin groups. You have explained their struggles in Indonesia, and you have mentioned that there are also women refugees, and these refugees can be helped by giving them local support networks, online learning, and above all, we need to empower them. And for our second presentation from Ms. Esther Deborah Kalaserang, we have learned that you have gave a highlight towards the importance of water. You also mentioned about the importance of folk tales, and by using eco-feminism, we can see the connection between water and women objectification from the three folk tales that you've mentioned. Water can apparently show that the objectification of women, but also it can show the fact that it is a medium of resistance. Certainly, we also have our third presentation from Mr. Krismadia, which among others, we have learned that the two construction can occur in the beginning of the sentence. It can function as a subject, and the question from before, we have learned that we can use passive learning to avoid misinterpretations of the two infinitive and verb one. Now, that marks the end of today's second parallel session. We would like to kindly remind that a closing ceremony will follow shortly. Offline presenters are requested to stay in Ruang Kadarman. As for all online participants, please make your way back to the main Zoom room. For the participants and the presenters, please do not forget to fill the feedback form that has been sent by the registration team. On WhatsApp, I believe, to receive the certificate. Thank you, and we will see you at the closing ceremony within a while.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As we reach at the end of this conference, I would like to extend my sincerest gratitude to our esteemed keynote speakers, the dedicated lecturers and staff of English Language Studies, the diligent committee of the 12th Graduate Students Conference, and all the enthusiastic participants who have actively contributed to the success of this event. For both of the presenters and participants, kindly ensure that you complete the feedback form that has been sent to you by the registration team through WhatsApp group. This will enable us to provide you with the certificates. And lastly, I look forward to seeing each and every one of you at the next Graduate Students Conference. Thank you and see you next year.